Yo. You could give me your Linux keygen software? Nah, it's okay. We are on a journey to earn for our own Linux key without using any keygens. We don't approve pirating. Using something without activating is okay, right? It just gives me a small watermark, but once we get make money with the game, then we can activate our Linux. Hello there. How are you doing? So I was doing my CI. I have figured out the way to build my game for Windows. Cross compilation works now, and I wanted to figure out to do the GitLab pages. So yeah, so I use the Zola for my website here. Speaking of which, maybe I should install it in my Flake here. GitHub game here. Let me see. Can I source extra build inputs? I think extra build inputs is what I want here. Although, hold on. How would I extend something in Nix? Nix extend attribute set. How to extend attribute sets? Operators update. Yes. But how do I merge? Or how do I like Nix extend maybe merging attribute sets? Technically I just need to do the Nix the flake parts stuff. Then I know what I would do. Okay, I just want to install Zola in my dev shell here. Is the thing. Make merge. Yeah. Nix extend list that is part, that is an attribute. How do we do this? Nix modify attribute in set. Modify an attr set in Nix. If it's nested. If I want to remove ABC from this, I need to use that. There suddenly is some function for recursive merging that won't help with deletion. Okay, what's the function for recursive merging? Nix recursive merge. And concatenate arrays. Hmm. I'm just not going to bother. Okay, whatever. I'll figure it out later. I will redo this leg at some point. Not going to bother right now. Instead of it, I'm just going to try setting up the CI. Just work on the CI. So over here, I have. I'm trying to do. Let's ignore Windows builds on CI for now, and then over here. So this image doesn't work because this image doesn't have bash inside for some reason. Last time I tried to run this, we had an error that said unrecognized subcommand sh because the entry point is this. Can I do GitLab CI entry point? How to override entry point in GitLab CI? Is this possible? I was able to work around the problem by setting the entry point to an empty string. GitLab CI configuration. Let's see. Entry point. The command or script to execute. Okay. And the example is the empty stuff. Okay, so this is what we need to do. Okay. Image, and then I need to image with name of this and entry point of that. Okay. Fix Zola entry point. Let's see how this is going to work. There's another issue here. Let's see if I'm right or not. But the job is being is pending right now. It's queued, and the runner is only going to pick it up after like after 1.5 minutes. Hello, Rinks. How are you doing? I'm up early. It's because I never went down. That's why. Like always. We reset the schedule, right? That's what we do sometimes. Okay, job succeeded. Okay, let's see if the other stuff is going to succeed. So I'm trying to make the web build available to us. Okay, this didn't work. SH executable not found in path. So, okay, I see. This image is not very good. Yet Solar installation. I'm basically working on some automation right now to build a like a website where we can have the current build of the game. In case you were wondering. I mean, I can just install it, right? On GitLab. Oh, GitLab pages. Hold on. So yeah, they decided to do an APK here. Add update cache repository. Okay. Sure, we can do this instead. Just do an Alpine image. Sure. Sure. Do I have a source? Hold on. Website, themes, no style, please. Yeah, this is a sub module, right? Yeah, we have some modules, which means that we need to do this. Get some module strategy recursive. Okay. Before script is going to be this, and then image is going to be Alpine, and we need to do this. This variable will ensure the CI runners pulls in your theme from the submodule. Okay. Fix CI question mark. Let's try again. See if it's going to work this time. Interesting. This time the job started working immediately. Why is the web build failed now? Wait, what? Nix not found. Why? Tags Nix because we're running. on Alpine. Wait, what? Did I do this? No. Hold on. I didn't change this stuff. Preparing the Docker executor. What executor am I using? I'm using doc executor. Wait. Hold on, but the tag is nix. Hold on. Something is wrong here with my CI. Runner. I have 3 runners. Right? This one should can pick jobs without tags. No. And then this one has a tag Docker. Can it pick jobs without tags? Yes. You can set up jobs to only use runners with specific tags. Separate tags with commas. Yes. And that job has a nix tag, and this runner does not have the nix tag. Wait, what? Doesn't make any sense. Why is this runner? Doc main X. Doc main X runner, right? The tags of this job is nix. Why is this runner picking up this job? I have no idea. Doesn't make any sense. Is GitLab buggy? Let's take a look at my configuration of my runners. X files. So here it is. I don't see anything wrong here. GitLab CI job was picked up by the runner that doesn't have the tag. Like, preventing runners with tabs from picking jobs without tags in incorrect. That's something else. Maybe it's because it's picking up maybe it's because can pick jobs without tags. Maybe this is why. Okay. Let's try that. But then I need to specify the tags to be Docker here. Maybe that's going to fix it. Use tags for all jobs. Let's try again. It's failed again. Use tags for all jobs. If the reason is exactly the same, because that's the only reason. Yes, this is literally what happened. Why? This does not make any sense. The runner. This one. Unless it's a bug in Nix. Can I see the current configuration of my runners? Or something, I don't know. Let's try restarting. Retry this job. I mean, it would be nice if I could identify the runner, not just by the logs, but by something else. Hello, can you start running the job? GitLab is slow. Last time I used GitLab CI on the GitLab com, it was not that slow. I'm wondering if it's me doing something wrong or if they just became worse. Okay, now it worked. But I'm wondering if this the reason that it worked is that it's RNG. Or is it not? Maybe the runner that is going to run the job is RNG because but it shouldn't. I don't know why was it fixed? No idea. Okay, then we have another job that is going to be this one, the deployment of the website, right? Okay, the website succeeded. All right, so we have built the GitLab pages, right? And we have pages deploy. Pages deploy. Okay, deploy pages. Access control is enabled for this pages website. Only authorized users will be able to access it to make your website publicly available. Okay, so here we go. We have the linksider web site here on the GitLab pages, right? We just have a couple of links here. Our blog post here. Okay, this is just the same website that we had before. And then we have linksider/builds. I think this is going to be the list of builds. The web build, Windows build, Linux, Mac, Android. Right now, I have only built the web. Let's see if it's working. It says it cannot be found because the link is incorrect. Linksider/play/builds. No, /play/web. This one. So here you go. I just need to fix the link itself. And then we're gonna have the Windows build there too. Okay. Let's see. So we have the website here. We have builds page, and over here we have not relative, but absolute URL. Can we do this Zola URL relative to base? Absolute URL function. Current problem. When users wish to create an absolute URL, they do not have a permalink for the templates. Get URL. Okay, get Zola. Let's see the documentation. Get URL, I guess. Get URL gets the permalink for the given path. If the path starts with @ it will be treated as an internal link, like the one used in Markdown, starting from the root content directory as well as validated. The official parameter lang in order to compute a language-aware URL in multilingual websites. Assuming config base URL is example.com, the problem slip will return this. What if the path does not start with @ internal link? In case of a non-internal link, you can also add a cache bust of the format at the end of the URL by passing cache bust true to the get URL. What about the other part? Like if I do the path here, CSS, app CSS. Why do I need this? Trailing / true. This can also be used to get a permalink to a static file. For example, if you want to link the file that is located static CSS so this path is the relative to the root then, right? So if we do @ and we do the /, but over here it's still relative to the root. What the fuck? I don't understand these docs. Okay, whatever. Let's just try it. Let's just try it. We do get URL. Get URL. Path is play/web. Can we do this? Is this good? Hopefully. Actually, you know what? I should make a static here, right? Because that's what Zola knows. Like in my GitLab CI, instead of doing this, moving it into public, you need to do this before building the website. Website /static/play. Like this. And it's just going to appear there, I think. And then the builds, we're going to do the get URL like this. Okay. I think there is no more absolute URLs here. Fix URLs in GitLab pages. Also, while I'm remembering this, we have we can do the base URL. We can override this here. Output directory is public, but base URL is going to be this one. Which one? Women GitLab IO linksider, right? Fix URLs on GitLab pages. Let's try this. And then if this works, then I need to make the Windows build available. If push manual, I think I remove this. I think I remove this. No, remove manual. Those building. Okay, so here, then I need to have the Windows build. Right, builds Windows. I need to create a zip archive so that we can download it from the website. So that people can download it from the website. Pages. No, pipelines. Okay, it's running. I'm going to builds Windows linksider Windows, I think. Then we do zip. Let's see, zip help. Zip help. Zip file list. Okay, so this is what we do, right? We just do. Wait, I need to do zip file too, right? Okay. So we just do zip a zip source, for example, right? So a zip this one has source, which is empty. Okay, so this is not the correct way to do this. We need to do recursive, I guess. -r. -r. Yeah. So then in this archive we have source. Yeah. Okay. Zip r links. Hold on, and then just linksider windows.zip is what I want. Link slider windows. Remove linksider windows. What's the link? Play. Always play. Okay, I think we just do push D. Push D doesn't always work, right? I think push D is like push D sh. Push D not found. I think we are not allowed to do this unless we're doing bash. I mean, it's okay. Just do that here. So the archive is going to be at website / static play native, right? And I'm going to make directory website static play native. And this is going to build me a website with both the Windows build and the web build. And then we need to do an Android, at least 2, I guess, eventually. This script failed though. It failed because found usage of the shortcode named getURL, but we do not know about. Wait, what? I just literally saw this in the documentation. What do you mean you don't know about it? Get Zola. Hello, Meep. Get URL. And understand. Hold on. Found usage of a shortcode named getURL, but we do not know about. Make sure it's not a typo. And that a field name exists in the shortcode. That's a built-in though. Right? Zola get URL. We don't know. I have no clue what this message means. URL. Get URL. Hold on, let's take a look. Zola has a feature functions with those built in Terra to easily develop complex sites. For functions that are searching for a file on a disk other than get page. There's no way. Unless this stuff is new. But there's no way this is a new thing. And I'm using some old thing. CD. No, not CD. Let's just do Docker. And we'll run here with I guess we just run Alpine, just like we do. Let's just do it exactly like we're doing it here. Just install this stuff. Okay, so we do... Let's see, Zola. This thing. Right? Is what I want to build. Could not find canonical path of root directory website. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I need to go into the linksider first. Okay. This works. And then we do vim website content index. What if over here I do get URL path is this. Found usage of a shortcode named get URL, but we do not know about. This is very weird because I just read about this in the documentation. Am I stupid? Get URL, we don't... I mean, hold on. Found usage of a shortcode. Oh, maybe it's using root? Is this the one? Hold on. Maybe it's because I'm doing it a little weirdly. If I do root website and it doesn't work, let's try just going into the website and then running this. No, we still don't know about. Okay, what about we do the base URL? Okay, what about the just do this stuff? Just do this stuff. Get URL we don't know about. Okay. How to make you know about the get URL that is in your documentation. By default, Zola will look for 3 templates: index, HTML, built-in, custom, built-in filters, built-in functions. Zola built in function not found. Like how is this even possible? Give me an example of a website. Maybe I installed some old version or something. Let's see. I have no idea. Zola version 0.17.2. This is the latest one. Zola website example. This is not. I guess Zola's its own website is probably here, right? What is it called? Config toml? You know, test site. Maybe this one, test site. Templates. Get URL. They're literally just using it and it works for them. And it just doesn't work for me. What the fuck? Where should I even be looking? Doing get page in short codes makes an error. Not all functions are available in short codes. Use Zola specific link style then. Detect broken links. Okay. Let's try. Let's try that. But it still is annoying. I don't know what the problem is. Okay, so they're saying that I should... Oh, so, okay. Let's see. If I do over here the link like this, the absolute link, right? Then let's see. Public index HTML. This doesn't work. If we add an at here, broken relative link. What does this even mean? What exactly is broken? Why is it so hard? I understand what's wrong here. Wait, where was I? Get page and short codes. In a template. I'm not in a template though, right? I'm just in index.md. See documentation of the links, internal links and deep linking. Internal links. Linking to other pages and their headings is so common. Yeah, but I don't have it as a page as the thing. Point to the MD file that you want to link. But it's not an MD file. That I'm trying to do. Short codes. Need to understand something. I don't know. Maybe there's something in the issues. Built-in function. Not found. I'm the only one who found that issue or what? Hello, hello. Script sources get URL. Can I do this only in... Wait, hold on. So this only works in templates. Is that what they're saying? And because I'm not a template, I'm doing a markdown. I cannot use that stuff. Zola get URL in MD. Zola short codes in markdown. I mean, it looks like it's supposed to work here. There are two kinds of shortcodes. The one that did not take a... I mean, okay. What about the built-ins? Have you ever used Zola? This is the static website generator that I'm using. Anyone? Because I'm doing something that's written in the docs and it doesn't work. Okay, I mean, fine. Never heard of it. It's the one that's written in Rust, but it's similar to the Hugo, I think. Maybe I should switch away from it. I don't know. Okay. So the issue is very simple. I just want to have a web page with the builds of my game, and over here, this is supposed to be the URL that's relative to the base URL of the website. So like, because I'm on the GitLab pages, I want it to be so like the absolute URL doesn't work. Is the problem. Image text. Image text. So like image text, for example, where does this come from? Maybe this comes from the template. I do have my own template that's called image text. Okay. Sure. That thing is easy. There's my... okay. Zola get URL relative to base URL. I mean, that's literally the function that I'm trying to use. Works amazingly, says this person in this issue. And then it just works amazingly for them, but not for me. Let's just look for get URL here. Maybe they deleted it. Let's try something else. Let's try not get URL. Let's try some other built-in function, because there's a lot of them, right? Built-in templates. No, built-in functions. Get hash of a string literal. Let's do this. Hello world. That's literally is in the docs. So it should work, right? Yo, Outrost. Thanks for the raid. Outrost is raiding after these messages. Oh, guys, how are you doing? I'm right now trying to have a small website for my game where we can have the links to the current web build and to the current native build. And I'm using a static website generator that's called Zola. Not sure if you guys heard of it or not. The one written in Rust, because we are Rust enthusiasts here, right? I use Zola. So here's what I'm trying to do. Look at this. then? Maybe you can answer my question. Like, what the fuck? I looking at the documentation, and the documentation says that this thing has a built-in function that's called getURL, and I'm calling this built-in function, and then I'm trying to build this thing, and it says found usage of a shortcode named getURL, but we do not know about. Like, this is literally is a built-in function that I just read about in the documentation and tried to use it, and they say they didn't know about this. Any idea what's wrong here? I think I've been looking at this for like an hour at this point. I think I'm doing something wrong because I didn't find any issue about that or anything. Let's try doing not the get URL. Like, I'm trying to do some other built-in functions. For example, this get hash, right? That's what I was going to do. And try before the raid. Let's try getting the hash here. The syntax for calling function is not the same as calling a shortcode. But that's how it is. Like, I literally copy it from the thing. The only thing that is confusing to me is that they say that this is in templates, right? Templates are HTML files, and I'm not inside a template right now, so I'm guessing that this is the thing because I'm inside a markdown file right now, which is supposed to be like processed. Maybe I cannot use these built-in functions inside a markdown file. But why? So what do I need to do? I need to create my own shortcut. Okay, let's try. Let's try get URL. I mean, like, I don't know, url.html. Let's do this. And this is, since this is a template now, I can literally can I just pass the argument to the other one? I think I can do something like this: get URL, path is path, I think. And then path is actually the argument to this shortcode. So I pass it to the built-in function. Maybe, I don't know. So over here I want to do URL. Path is this, right? For example. That's probably a template engine function, not a page parser function. Maybe. How do I make a so like all I want is to make a reference like create a link that's relative to my base URL without knowing my base URL, without hard coding it. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing right now too, but it is still like weird. How do I initialize my submodules again? Update maybe? I don't know. I don't remember. Update, yes. Okay. Okay, hold on. I think this worked. I think this worked. You think Zola normalizes MD links? Well, this absolute URL is still becoming an absolute URL. So here's what I want. I'm deploying on the GitLab pages, and I want my base URL to be GitLab kuviman io/linksider. This thing, right? So if we look now, Where does it do this thing? Where did it deploy? Public over here. Okay. Builds. A bunch of empty lines. That's nice, but whatever. So this works. No, this doesn't work. Hold on. What is this? Zola SC placeholder. I'm sorry. What? Here's the source code. Here's the source code. I'm calling the shortcode. URL path is this. And that's what I get as a result. Like, wait, what? So like, hold on. A part of that URL that I wanted to have actually is here, like the builds, right? And this is my base URL. But what is this Zola SC placeholder? Okay. And let's do this 123 web123/546. I don't know. What is it going to be then? Huh? I mean, okay. Are you saying that it just normalizes? I'm the absolute URL is not being normalized. Let's try relative without the dot. Is this going to be an absolute, like, I want an URL that's relative to my base URL. I want like base URL slash this, you know, that's what I want. How do I get it? Oh, wait, hold on. That actually worked. That actually worked. I just need to do without a slash. Okay. That resolves the issue. But I still don't understand the documentation, because in the documentation they say that this exists, and also like what is this Zola SC placeholder? I have no idea. But okay. Config base URL. I guess I could do that, but I guess this is actually the way. I just do the thing like that. Actually, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's a relative URL. That's a relative URL. I want an absolute URL, because so right now this page is base URL slash builds, right? And this is play native, right? Which means yeah, okay. Yeah, I see Zola SC placeholder. This is, yeah, I understand now what happened here. So inside my my URL over here, the path is actually Zola SC placeholder. Okay, I would expect an error there. All right, let's try base URL. Config base URL. Sure, let's try that. Is this going to work? No, it doesn't. Look what look what we have. We now have a link that is the base URL, and then so this is like the current page basically, right? And then we have 7b config base URL. What do I do? This is the simplest issue that takes an hour when it should have taken me 5 seconds. Zola, get URL relative to base URL. I already searched for it. This is the issue, and this issue says that we should use the get URL function, and the get URL function doesn't work. But it only doesn't work for me. For this person, it works amazingly, okay? But maybe it's because... maybe I should, like, downgrade, maybe because this is from 2019. Let's try using a different version. I don't know, maybe. Who knows? What version am I using here? I'm using the one from the Nix packages. Version. It's the latest one, yeah. Okay. 17.2. The documentation is blank. The one when I like use, like, I think this is the first time I actually found an issue in Zola. Like before, I didn't have any issues, but last time I did it was like a year ago or something. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to not care about it for now and just, you know, just do an absolute URL here. Let me just do an absolute URL. But since I'm on the GitLab pages, I'm just going to do the linksider here. Even although this should be handled by this application, by the Zola itself. We do this instead. Anyway. Can I make a comment here? I'm scared to do anything now. Probably going to break. Fix links to builds. All right. Here's what we're working on here. We're doing Rust when we're not doing Zola. We're doing Rust. We're doing game dev. Making a game. That's a puzzle. We made it for a game jam originally, and we're trying to make it into a full game now. There's the link on itch of the old version. And I guess I can just show a little bit. It's a game where you can apply different side effects to your little cube, and you use that to solve the puzzles to get to the exit. Simple as that. Right now we're trying to work on the level selection screen, which should look something like this. Need to figure out what to do now. I mean, I was trying to make the builds happening automatically on my CI. The pages, it broke again. Oh, now the Windows is not found. Okay. Now the Windows is not found. That is okay. I just go into the GitLab and I enable the Windows build again. Enable Windows build again. Right. Okay. Let's work on something else. Level 1. No. I'm wondering where is this thing coming from? The text, because this over here is stage 1 basic move level. So why does it say level 1? Because it's an index probably. Or something. See level. Over here maybe? Oh, the stream is going to lag now. We're compiling. Okay. Yeah, I mean, hopefully this pipeline works right now. I'm doing some cross compilation to get a Windows build. I need to set up caching here, I guess. That I don't compile from scratch every time. Okay, so level index inner levels dot index. Inner level index. How do we get the index? The index is literally the index inside that level. Group levels, position. Okay, I'm just it's just a little weird that inside the level editor we can have names to the levels. Why don't we just use those? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Let's see. It's not finished. Wait a little bit. Let's see the list of issues. Gamepad support. I think gamepad support is a nice one because I broke the gamepads recently. Windows build on CI though is now done. Is Davey here? Oh no. Probably no. Okay, let's work on the gamepad support, why not? Sure. Wait. Now that I'm thinking about this, how do I never tried using a gamepad on my Linux. How to make gamepad working here? Oh, that's going to be not as quick and easy as I thought. I do have a gamepad. This is a wireless Xbox 360 gamepad. It's not even connecting to the thing. Xbox 360 wireless controller. Don't need to enable something? Linux. How to use the wireless gaming controller? I'm using the Xbox 360 wireless receiver for Windows in Ubuntu Linux together with gamepads for single. This solution took me time to figure out. These drivers, I've used Xbox TRV. I don't like this. I see a reboot in the list of steps here. Okay, maybe we don't work on the gamepad support then. And figure out how to connect the gamepad first. Unless they just have an option here somewhere. Gamepad. Xbox. Maybe hardware. X1. Whether to enable the X1 driver for Xbox One and Xbox X Series XS accessories. Whether to enable XPad Neo driver for Xbox One wireless controllers. Do I just need to enable it and then it's going to work? Let me try enabling it. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Just say true. I mean, I doubt that it is just going to connect, right? Changing Linux modules, which probably means that I do need to restart here. System D modules load service. Let's say that it did work. How do I even connect it? I don't even remember. How do I connect the controller wirelessly? Do I need to like press a button on the receiver? Hold on. Wait. I'm not even sure where is my receiver. Maybe that's why it's not connecting. There was a thing. Hold on. Found it. Found it. This was not even plugged into my PC. Maybe that's why the controller didn't connect. Okay, I plugged it in. Are we supposed to see anything now? How do we connect? Maybe I try it without being wireless. But then I need a cable. That's harder than I thought. Okay. Okay, anything else that I can work on? Hmm. We have so many issues, and then I'm still not sure what to do. Like, some of these are like controlling multiple players at once. Like, that's for the future. Trying to push to get the demo out. This is why we have the milestone demo. UI press button press state. That one is simple, right? When we have the UI, we have a button on the UI. And I press them, like we already show on hover, the button is slightly bigger. And when we click the mouse button, it doesn't change, but it should change. Is what we want. Found something out. Doing add is a markdown anchor will make the link work, but that's only if the file md works. The file md exists. If the thing I'm trying to link to is in my static folder, it's not the link to the markdown file that I'm trying to make, because I'm putting the build of a game, which is just a zip file. But yeah, I did see that in the documentation, that you can do a link to a markdown. But then we're not working with markdowns. So I tried doing that, and it says that the link is broken or something. Maybe I tried doing it with a fake thing that didn't actually exist. Let's try again. Let's try again. Let's try again. Over here, I'm going to say this is going to be link slash yo.hi. Okay. Can we do this? So yeah, it says broken link yo hi in index.md. But maybe that's because I didn't create this file. So if I just do a little touch static, make this directory here, static. Static io. Was it yo hi? I don't remember. Yeah, see, like, so this file exists, and I want to create a link to this file so that we download it. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Like, add slash means the path to the content. When I was I mean, we can take a look at the Zola docs again. It says somewhere about these links. Over here, yeah, it says, yeah, if it started with @ slash, then it starts with content basically. Otherwise, if it's a regular path, it's relative to the directory, but that only is when we're doing the file searching logic. when we're using one of these built-in functions, I think. So the only mystery here is why my built-in function doesn't work, I guess. Whatever. See, I don't remember how my UI works in this game. I just make this simple change. I want this button to be to appear pressed when I'm holding my mouse button. Right? How does my UI even work here? We literally have buttons. Button matrices. We have so yeah, okay. So the matrix, we're saying that if we are hovering over a button, then we scale it by 1.1 here. I guess we should also see if we are pressing the button, right? Cursor pressing is going to be a boolean. So over here inside, I'm going to say that if cursor pressed, I think something simple as like downscaling instead of upscaling, like when on hover, is going to work. This. All right. How do we get UI cursor position here? Gang window cursor position. I see. So this is for the hover. This is actually like wrong because I want for the mobile controls. So like cursor position is not what I want here. have this input controller. That's detecting me the clicks and the drags. Yeah, we have the input. Does my input controller has the cursor position? We do have it. Okay, there you go. So we don't do window cursor position. We don't do that. We do self input position. And then over here we do self input rest is another thing. So that's something that I need to add. Rest. Whether we are pressing the finger on the mobile or a mouse on the thing. Drag, option drag. Drag is detect camera pinch. I think rest means that self drag is some. Okay, and then in the world editor, I think we have the same thing, self input cursor position. It was already correct here, and then we do self input rest. Know the button matrices. And then in the level editor, it's going to be the same thing. UI cursor position. Let's see. UI camera screen to world direct position. Huh? What's self drag position? Why is it drag position? To do, why not optional? Yeah, why? What is a drag position? I think it's before I created the input like helper here. If we need to refactor here. Let's see about the drag position. When am I using this? So when I am starting the drag, okay, and when we're doing the cursor move, it feels like the drag position is not even needed, to be honest. Let's try deleting this and see if anything breaks. Hopefully nothing breaks. So instead of drag position, it's going to be open wheel is self input cursor position. Like that, and then here cursor delta. Cursor delta, self input cursor position to wheel. I see. So this is us when I'm opening the tool wheel, figuring out if I'm hovering a certain tool. This should be optional. If let some cursor position be this, because cursor doesn't always exist when we're on mobile. We don't have a mouse. If we're not touching the screen, then we don't have anything. Okay. This and that is literally not even needed. When the cursor moves, we just update the position, not even needed. To do, why not optional? So now this thing becomes optional. UI cursor position is literally self-input position, cursor position, which is now optional, and then we map it to this, to the from screen to world, basically. So now this is optional. There is no longer a to-do here. We just have 3 more errors. We finish fixing them and everything works. Right? If let some UI cursor boss is UI cursor boss. So over here we're figuring out if we are doing some hovering. Wait, hold on. What are we doing here? Hold on. This means that I am not hovering over any UI. The tool wheel is now open, and I'm not currently dragging anything. And if I'm hovering on the inner level, so like the level teleport, then I'm showing the name of the level that the teleport is teleporting you into. Okay. So then we do UI cursor position map for true cursor position this. So if there is no cursor, then we just ignore that condition that we had there. When we check that we're hovering over a button. Okay, 2 more. Over here. Drag. So this is when I'm doing a dragging. Dragged. What is dragged? I'm dragging an entity with an index. Okay. Okay. Okay, over here we just do this. What kind of game am I making? I'm doing a puzzle game. Here's the link if you're interested. We made this for a game jam originally. Let me show you for a second, because why not? This game is pretty long. This is a gem version, but it is still pretty long. You play as a cube, you can rotate left and right, and then let me just use my hacks. You can collect power-ups to attach to your sides, and then you can so this is a jump. side effect, and then you can have more side effects on different sides, like slides and jumps and do the wall climbs, different things basically. Right. This is the old gem version. We have updated the game since by a lot. But if you're interested in just trying it out, it's over there. We're currently working towards making a demo and making a Steam page. And we're using Rust and a custom game engine to do that. It's over here. I'm currently dragging something, which means that the cursor position should be something, but let's just in case still check it. So thank you for the prime. If some cursor position is input cursor position, then we do that. Right now, I'm just doing some very simple stuff. I'm just trying to make it so that when I'm hovering over a button, the buttons, they become slightly bigger. And when I'm pressing a button before releasing the mouse, they should be like slightly smaller. So there's a little bit of a button feedback. I realized there's a little bit of a weird code. So doing refactoring in the process. But I think I'm almost done. We just do self input pressed here. And over here we do UI cursor position. And I think I'm done actually. So let's see if this made it work or not. Maybe I should fix my warnings here too. How long have I been programming in Rust? For a long time. For like 7 years. A bit more maybe. Since 2016. Okay, so here it is. Here's the button, right? Here's the button. The button to go back. When I click, it becomes small. And that's what I wanted to do. It is still a little weird though, because that's not the proper UI solution, but we have a little bit of a button feedback there. Like over here, for example, we have this button to do a reset. If I click here, and we have this little feedback. Feels nice. Did I work on the pixel art myself? No. For this project, I'm doing mostly just the programming, and then we have another. We have Davey, who's working with me doing the art and level design, and one more person is going to do the music and sound effects. For this game, I did not make the art. But sometimes we do the game jams, so that's not the only thing that we're doing here on streams. We do a lot of game jams if you look at my itch page. I mean, this game was originally made for a jam. We make all of these are made for game jams. So for this game, for example, I did the art myself in Paint, because that's how I do art. And yeah, and for this game I did everything myself. But for the linksider, we are in a team. UI button press state. Hold on. Davey also told me that there is a different logic cider assets. What am I looking at? I need to find the tile set over here. Okay. I think I was supposed to not scale the buttons, but instead use a different thing here. I think, does this look like a pressed button to you? So this is a regular button and this is a pressed button? And this is a disabled button, right? These grayed ones. And then, but then how do we do the hover? Because then for the hover, we also need something else, right? There needs to be a feedback for the hover. Well, anyway, maybe we... Mod prog. Hello there. Rust joined the cult. The Rust cult. You're a streamer who is doing Rust. Working on Manyhow. What's your latest project? What is Manyhow? Let me give you a follow. Nice crab. What's Manyhow? It's like anyhow, but it's like but it's many. Okay, so I need to let's see the code. Let's see the code. I still want to commit this. Scale buttons down on press. Anyhow, but for macros, for the proc macros. But in the proc macros, you can just panic, right? And then those panics become the error messages of the compiler. I'm not supposed to panic. That's literally what you do in the proc macros, though. No? Well, I guess you handle the errors normally, and then inside the actual proc macro, you do a match on the result, and if it's an error, then you panic, right? But the actual code is not panicking. You can provide better error messages than panic because you can specify spans. Can you? I thought that's just the panic message that's being parsed, no? Rust proc macro. Return core compile error. Interesting, I never did that. This is my error. And where is this? And you can, and this macro gets a span, I guess, to it as an optional argument then. Allows compilation to fail with a given error message when encountered. This macro should be used when it creates user conditional compilation strategy to provide better error messages for erroneous conditions. It's a compiler level form of panic, but emits an error during compilation rather than runtime. No, that's not for proc macros, that's for regular macros. Do you generate the compile error as the proc macro output instead of panicking inside your derived macro or inside your proc macro? Is that the idea? Okay. Where is the span here though? And the span is quote span. I still don't understand how is it different. Quote span is just going to turn your span into a certain string, right? Quote string, quote span in proc macro. That's a nightly only experimental API. Okay, maybe that's why I don't know about this, because I'm not using nightly. Unless it's maybe in proc macro 2. No, it's not. Quote macro from the quote crate. It's quote spanned. The max quote by the classic boolean spanned to all tokens originating within the macro invocation. So you do a quote spanned, and inside over here you do a compile error, right? So your compile error appears at this span then. Okay. I see. Is that the only way of doing this instead of doing panicking? I have been doing panicking. Yeah. I don't know. That's interesting. Good to know, because I have written a bunch of derived macros. Maybe I should work on making the error messages nicer, because they're not always nice. There's also the nightly diagnostic API that is nightly, so the stable way is compile error. Okay, nice. Good morning, Davey. Good morning. How's the progress today? Today I didn't do much progress, but I mean, I made my buttons go scale when I press them. You know, if I do here, over, like when we hover, we make the button bigger. When I press, it's going to become smaller. And then I release it, and we actually do the rewinding, right? So that's the thing. And then you also wanted me to change the icon here, right? And then we also scale it up when we hover. When we hover, we don't want to have yet another icon for it. I don't know. I mean, I guess I did have a progress though. I did most of it off stream though. Maybe you did see it. I made the Windows build happen on the CI. So we have Windows and the web build happening automatically on the CI now, right? And we have a website, which is going to be, I need to like link to it. So this website, since this is GitLab pages, is going to be only accessible by you, right? So we have the list of builds here, and you can play the current build of the game basically anytime you want by playing the web build, and you can download the Windows build too. So that's how the game works right now. We really need to work on this level selection screen. Also, now that I'm in this level selection screen, do we need this button? Do we need this button? Do we need that button? Do we need this button? Like, do we need the UI on the level selection screen? Like these buttons? I feel like the only button that we need is to go into settings or something here. I'm not sure. Does it make sense for us to do the undo and redo on the level selection screen? No idea. But yeah. You want to keep the top right and the top left? Top left is a restart. Why do we restart? What does restart on the level selection mean? Top left for setting and top right for the main menu. I think top right, even inside the game, should be not go back. It should not be the home icon. It should be maybe it should be triple dot, you know, or something like that, which brings a pop-up where we have a menu which makes go back, go to menu, exit the game to the desktop, go to settings, something like this, I think. And then it's going to be almost the same in triple dot is also what you're thinking. And then we don't need the top left for settings and top right for the main menu, because they are all going to be in that pop-up, right? Okay, anyway, let's see. Buttons. To have mattresses. It shouldn't be button mattresses anymore. It should not be mattresses anymore. So it was called mattresses because that's how what we use for drawing it. But what I want to do instead is like button state. Maybe we'll do states. I don't know. Struct state transform. This is what we had before. Matrix. Is this thing. And then we add to the transform additionally, whether we are hovering or boolean, press boolean, right? Yeah, sure, let's just do this. Hold on. Hover is this. And then press is hover and press. Button state this hover press. So now we know all about our button, if we're hovering or we're pressing it right now. Okay, hold on. Need to do a bathroom break really quickly. Okay, if the button is disabled, then we say we use the disabled sprite for it. And then if a button is pressed, then we use the pressed. Otherwise, we use the default, okay? And then in the level and in the world editor is going to be the same stuff. Okay. I feel like in order for me to not repeat myself, let's do a draw button. The button name, color metrics. Probably not need the color too. Override tile set is probably also not needed. So we just do self draw game tile, game buffer, no overriding camera. Over here we're doing this formatting. That I was doing. Draw game time old. Yeah, this is going to be a draw button. Color. The metrics. And then we need the button state. State. Buttons. Button state. We are not going to have the button type. Oh, hold on, hold on. Maybe we do this with a button is going to be a reference here. It's probably not the best name for this thing, but whatever. Let's see, button. Here's the button. We don't need a tuple anymore. What am I compiling right now? Why am I using 100% CPU? Oh, it's because Davey pushed. Davey, you push, and it makes my computer work. I'm going to undo your stuff. Okay. Because we don't need that build, right? It just makes my computer lag. Like, I'm not sure what's the best solution here. I mean, the best solution would be having another, like, PC that is doing the building. Did you want me to check out your branch, the thing that you push? I can disable the builds for your branch, for example, and then I push only, like, when I push, I expect the CI to work. You only push to level design branch. You just pulled from main and push. Okay, I see. I mean, the CI is working for your branch too. Maybe it should not work for your branch because you're not doing any code changes, right? But then maybe eventually if we have the tests, then on the CI we want to do the tests like that the levels are solvable or something. We'll see. It's a little annoying. I need to think about how to properly set it up. We don't have the automatic tests now though, right now. We can make anything go in there and checking that nothing breaks, basically, you know, like when you check when you change something in the logic here, right? When you change some of these entities properties, maybe some of the other levels, some of the old levels stop working, so it's good to have it automatically being tested. But I think we should worry about that after we get the demo, like once we are on our way to make actually a ton of levels, right? Or maybe it's not going to be a problem for you. Maybe you are not only tolerant to the RNG, but also to the fact that you need to manually test things. I don't know. It depends on you. If you want me to do it, I will do it. If not, then not. Oh, but button type is different. So I cannot do that. Well, I guess we need to do button type, sprite name. This needs to be buttons button type, which is going to be a trait. Button type, which sprite name self string. That's what I'm matching on, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm not even matching it. Hold on. I'm not even matching. Undo, redo, reset, exit. Exit is home. Hold on. This thing is in the play, right? Button type. Implement buttons, button type, or button type. Match self. Why is there a to do here? Switch player, switch player. Why is there a to do here? No idea. Let's just say that this is done. For button in the buttons, draw button. We have a transform. So that's just what we draw. We don't need a matrix because we have the transform here. State is button. Okay, I think this is it. Then we need to fix the name. What's a name? This thing is not even used, and why don't I see the warning? I guess it's because we still have the errors and not all the warnings are shown. Okay. For button. In this, we do draw button, frame buffer, UI, button, exit is home. Here we need to implement the puzzle stave. My code is puzzle itself. I mean, it is, but it's not that complex puzzle. You just need to learn a little bit of Rust to understand it. And it's a bad puzzle? What do you mean bad puzzle? It's bad puzzle because it's too simple, right? Is that what you mean? My code is too simple? Like a good puzzle needs to require thinking, and this doesn't really require too much thinking, which means that's a bad puzzle, right? That's what you mean? Just now saw that I didn't activate my Linux yet. Well, button type. Yeah, we don't activate the Linux here because we don't have money yet, because we didn't sell this game yet. Okay, the level editor is the last thing. Just go for button in this. Would do transform. So what is this tool preview? Hold on, what's the code do we even have here? Oh, the button is the tool preview. The tool preview is a fake button, I think. No, I'm still doing for the tool preview tool tile name. Yeah, that's a fake button, I think. Not sure why this is even here. Roll button. We also have to use the override tile set here because of that fake button. Like linksider. I like linksider too. The poor penguins are freezing because you didn't pay them. We like crabs more than the penguins, I guess. Tool tile name. Let's just do unreachable here. Because this is a fake button, we are going to do it the fake way. All the way then. So what was here before? I'm going to bring this thing back just for the sake of this. Can I not select the deleted code, really? Fine, let's not do the inline view then. If I don't do the inline view, then I can select the alt stuff. Like the inline view though. So if the tool preview and then otherwise it's different, I guess. Just do that. Button transform. Tool tile name. What is a tool tile name though? Hold on. Oh, tool tile name is over here. I see. Yeah, okay. This fake button is now completely separated from the other stuff. Okay. There's still a compilation error over here in the pop-ups. It'd be simple though. We just do a draw button. And then we here implement button type for button type. Like this. Okay, now we're going to have a bunch of errors in the log because we need to specify in our tile set over here, right? We're specifying where to get the icon in the tile set. And we don't have any pushed buttons here, any pressed buttons. Which means that right now, if I'm doing the... if I'm going to press, then it's going to disappear. That's what's going to happen. And we have no data for rendering home pressed. We have in the tile set, yeah, but we don't have it in the configuration file. So whenever we have disabled all of these things, we need to copy and we need to paste them, right? And then we need to change the disabled into pressed. And then and then 7, because it's one thing up, I think. There you go. Let's go into the game here. Do you like this? Should it not be scaled now that we have the proper thing? But for the hover, I still want some effect for the hover. Or maybe it's okay if it's scaled down and this at the same time. Or maybe I should not scale it down. I should like unscale it basically. Maybe I should like because it's smaller now than the original. You know? Transform should not even be here, you know? This should be in the configuration file instead of hard-coded. We just move this in the configuration file. Over here, base transform. And this is going to be translate and scale by the calculated position. I'm not going to have the transform here. So draw button is going to be base transform. multiplied by transform scale around 0.5. Okay, and then over here we say if button pressed, then config UI button press ratio, button press scale. I guess we do something like this. If we are pressing, then we're using the press scale. If we are hovering, then we're using the hover scale. Otherwise, we're using the default scale. Hover scale and press scale in the config somewhere. UI press scale. So press scale we can make it 1, and then hover scale we can make 1.1, because before, so right now it's like 0.9 and 1.1. We can do this instead. Then we need to fix the errors that we have introduced now. It's going to be scale uniform around. It's button. Button press and hover scale. Base transform. I guess we just do transform. This does not need to be mutable. Is this all? I think this is all. Unused ball that must be used. That's okay. Okay, let's try. So now it doesn't become super small anymore. So like this is the pressed, this is not pressed. Pressed, not pressed. Wait, hold on. I'm also like wondering if it's going to look wrong or not. If the press scale is going to be also bigger than the default scale, you know? You know? This is going to be, is this going to be wrong or not? Like this. Do we like this? So when we're pressing it, it's not changing the scale basically now. It's only changing the icon, you know? Maybe this is even better. No data for rendering jump side effect active, huh? Scott B. Hello there. Okay, so this is me doing this stuff. All right, changing icon for pressed buttons. Also, before I push, I never figured out if the editor works. Let's try in the editor. So this is the preview, right? This is the fake button that we have. I think we have our tool wheel. And we select something. This shows the preview. Not sure why is it a fake button, but sure. Is there a pressed save button? Looks like this one is missing. Is there a pressed save button? Yeah, there is. It's to the left of the save button. Save is never disabled. No, it is disabled. Hold on. Is it called save? It is. It should mark everything that you draw, Davey, I think. Even if we're not using it right now, just for later. Maybe. You need to reposition all the sprite in a better order. Would be nice if you had a tool to do that, right? But do I want to make such a tool? So that you don't need to do this by hand and instead doing this inside the game, because that's technically possible, I guess. I don't know. You will just have to manually do it once. Yeah, because you are doing it once, it doesn't really... It's not a big deal, right? That we don't have a visual editor for this thing. Yeah. I guess. Okay, save disabled. Let me open the A-sprite. So we have save disabled, and it is over here for 13. And then save pressed is this one, I9. I'm also never disabling the save button. Should the save button be disabled if I am basically already saved? So that you know that you have unsaved changes if the save button is not disabled. Instead of the weird text that we have right now that is almost invisible, I think. Sounds like a good idea. If not saved, literally, we have if we are not saved, this thing, right? I mean, we already have a little text here that says you have unsaved changes. It looks very weird, though. We never written it down as a thing. So this is our level editor. If I do something here, like draw this thing, I mean, you can see it. It's over here. It's over here in the bottom left corner of the window. It's super tiny, but you can see it, right? It says you say you have unsaved changes. Very hard to miss this thing, right? Okay. Do we even keep this? You have unsaved changes then? Do we keep the text? You always look at it? Why did you never told me to make the thing bigger? I'm not the one who is working on the level editor. If you want the level editor to be more usable, you should just like write things down, right? I think there is no need if we just do the button here, right? Self button. But you said you didn't want to work on the editor as long as it works for you. Well, yeah, I'm not going to make super advanced features, right? But this is a simple stuff. Like I'm not go. I think like before we release the demo, there's no need to make it super polished for everyone. But something simple as this is simple, you know. So if we are saved, then we just disable the button, right? Whatever. Whatever, I just do this. It wasn't bothering for you either. Okay, sure. But you still need to write those down, I think, in the issue tracker, so that when we do get back to working on the editor, we have the list of things to work on, right? Like everything that comes to your mind should probably be written down so that we don't forget, you know? Okay, here's the level editor. This button is right now disabled. When it's disabled, it probably should also not be possible to be hovered, I think. That's another improvement to the buttons, right? The disabled button should not be hoverable. But over here, I did some change, and now this button is possible to be pressed. Then I click save. Now it is saved, and the button becomes disabled, right? I do something again, I can save. Okay. Okay, just one tiny little thing now. Save my buttons. Disable save button when no changes. And then we do here draw button. If button is disabled, we do 1.0. One is the most important one. Or I guess, hold on, maybe we just make it impossible. Let's do this here. Hover. Button usable. Wait, hold on, there's usable and then there's disabled. What does usable and disabled mean? Usable. There's only one button that is not usable, which is the tool preview, which is our fake button. Okay, whatever. Okay. We cannot hover the disable button anymore. Disable, hovering, disabled buttons. By the way, when did the animation changed? We don't do an L-shaped movement when jumping now. Yeah, we need to fix that. It's when I made the player when I changed the lerping. So previously when we were moving into the wall, right, like this, right, we were like going into the wall a little bit. We were moving up and down so that we don't go into the floor, but we were not but we were moving a little bit into the wall previously, right? Right now I'm pushing the guy away from the walls, and then the lerping changed, so it's linear between the starting and the end position because of that. Yeah. You prefer moving into the wall before you play it? What do you mean? Why would you prefer moving into the wall? The wall is supposed to be something that you cannot go through. So why would you want your player to move partially through a wall while we're doing the rotation? Out of a place detail, probably. I don't know. I don't feel like it's out of place. I feel like it makes sense. Would you say that us not being able to move, like, okay, hold on. Let me just do this right now. Where is it? Where is it? Over here. Let me just comment this out and show you how it looks. The thing that you are asking for. Moving into a wall. Let me show you how we move into a wall. It's going to look ugly. Look. This doesn't feel like I'm a cube anymore. Not for normal movement. How is the normal movement different from this? So like, just for the corner? How is the corner different than normal movement? It's the same reason why you want it for the normal movement, right? Like we used to have. Maybe it's because you are used to the old ways. But the new way is better, like I'm pretty sure. You're just too used to the old way. And if we talk about the jump, right now I'm doing the normal lerping, right? But if you remember, we were talking about this thing when the jump should, instead of being one move from like this position to this position, right? it should be 3 separate moves basically. We go up, then we go up, and then we go to the right. It's also going to look a little weird, I guess. Right now we're doing linear interpolation between the start position and the end position. Maybe with proper timings it would look not too bad. When we're jumping to the side, we're also doing the rotation, so maybe the rotation should happen at the top. But that also doesn't really make sense. How do we handle the L movement before? It was just a side effect of the way I did the pushing the player from the floor when doing the normal move. So like, here's how it worked before. Here's how it worked before. I knew the previous position of a player and the next position of a player. I knew the previous rotation of a player and the next rotation of a player. And I figure out, so like, because every single transform like this can be represented as a singular rotation, I figure out the point that I need to rotate around in order to convert this into that thing. That's why our jump was looking like this instead of looking like this. But originally this was made because we wanted when the player moves from this position into this position to be rotated around this corner. That's the original motivation. It's my nationality. I am Russian. Why? So, and then in the future, we want to change the... so here's our jump, right? We're going 2 blocks up and 1 to the side. So right now we're doing this. Before we were doing this animation. And then in the future, I guess we were going to do this animation, actually. But that also is going to look bad. Like, none of the variations of the animations that we had in the game actually made sense. Maybe we should think about how our jump should look when we're doing, because jump is the only move that we have that is not going in the straight direction, right? Run ahead doesn't look too bad, I guess. Yeah, but what if we rethink about how we actually do this? Here's what my thought was. Like, you know, like we can have different timings on things. I think we should be moving up. So like, what if we do it like this, you know? What if we do it like this? Is this going to look bad? I don't know. Before it was this. So before it was bad because when we were jumping, we were moving a little bit to the left. I guess it was never... it's not like that much to the left, so it was not that obvious. It was something like this, maybe. But we should be jumping, like, up and toward this thing more. I'm thinking of this trajectory. And then we just need to figure out the timings. We can do a custom animation for this jump. Let's just fix it right now, because why not? What am I working on? And it's not like I'm working on anything important. Right? Let's do this here. Entity move, previous position, next position. So we're doing the linear stuff here. But when we are doing a jump, entities, insert entity state from to transform. What is entity state? From to T. I see. Okay. It's alright that this is unused. It's almost like I want to allow that code, you know? Let's just do this. Allow that code. To just get rid of a lot of warnings. And then we have the deprecated stuff. So the deprecated should be fixed. I should use some other API. And this is when we're clicking on the inner level. In the level editor, I want to be able to edit the inner level. And right now, that's not what's happening. So that warning is okay. Allow dead code. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. The jump animation, a better jump animation. Here's what it looks like right now, by the way. Let's see how it looks right now, and then let's fix it. Here's how it looks right now. This... Yeah, we're moving through the wall into the position that we're jumping on to, which makes it looks pretty bad. Okay. All right. I think we're just going to do it from 2T transform. From 2T transform. What do I want to write here? I want to do like a custom lerping in case we do the jump animation. It's just going to change the transform to something else. If... Let's see. Transform is match. Move. Move type. What is entity move here? Entity, current move, as ref, map, current move, move type. That's what we're matching. So it was some move type jump. I don't think we need anything from here. And we do different stuff, basically. think all of that is going to be replaced. Okay, here's the code that we need to write. We are doing the jump from one position into the other position. Also have multiple different ways of jump. We want to do, let's see, cells travels and jump force. I want for now to just do those jumps that are not being blocked. Cells travels is equal to the jump force. Jump force is the amount of cells that we could move. So if they are equal, that then we were not blocked by anything. What's the issue here? Option cannot be dereferenced. Yeah, I guess it cannot. Okay. And also, I only want those when we move like the knight, right? We don't want the ones that when we move in the straight line. And from cell -2 cell straight line. Okay, is straight line means that x is 0 or y is 0, right? Okay. And is not straight line. Yeah, we want those that where we are not doing the straight line. Ding, 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 ding. What else do we have here? Blocked angle. From. We have the from direction. From direction. Okay, let's do the math. Here's what I want to do. Let's so we need to make the movement that is like that's looking like we have gravity, right? So we should be moving up and then moving down with constant acceleration, which is the gravity, right? So have the equation. Here's our starting position, here's our finish position, right? We want to find the difference between the y coordinate here along the direction that we were jumping, because sometimes we want to like jump horizontally or downwards, so whatever. We're assuming here what we're jumping up. Here's the y, right? We say t. We have the original jump speed that I don't even know what it is. V times t minus g t squared divided by 2 equals to this y, right? Now, what do we know here? We know that t is 1. So that's simple. We know what y is. And I think we can set the gravity to be a specific thing. Because we actually have gravity already in the game. So this means that we're going to figure out if we know the gravity, all that is left is to figure out the original speed, and if we figure out the original speed, then we have the movement formula basically, right? So let's figure out the jump height. Jump height is jump height along the direction where we're jumping, right? So jump direction is negative from direction. From is where we jumped from. So it's like negative from is where we're jumping. So jump height is going to be the dot product of the jump direction and the 2 minus from position, right? So like the change of the position, we get the dot product. By the direction, we get the jump height, basically. Okay, then we have the gravity, which is going to be, let's see, do we have it? I think it's in the logic config. We have gravity, acceleration. This is only the Boolean. Hold on. How do we figure out the acceleration of the gravity? I don't know. You know what? Let's just do for now. Let's not think about it. Let's do jump gravity in the config. Let's see. Jump gravity is going to be equal to 1, whatever. We will figure it out. Jump height we want as a floating point number 2. So start velocity is going to be equal to, if we look at this equation, t is 1. T is always from 0 to 1. So in the end, we need to be over there, which means that v is equal to y plus g divided by 2, right? So it's jump height plus gravity divided by 2. Easy. Now we know the equation. So the transform is going to be, let's copy this. We're going to translate to, yeah, I think this should not be needed. Maybe it will, because I need to figure out the rotation angle too. For now, we're not going to do the rotation while we're jumping. I want to figure out the trajectory first. And we're not going to scale. We're just going to translate. the position is going to be from... Let's figure out the position. Position is going to be from... plus jump direction. Multiplied by current height on our jump, which is going to be start velocity multiplied by t minus gravity times t squared divided by 2, right? That's the formula. And then we also want to be moving horizontally. So like the way we are moving horizontally is going to be needed to figure it out. Let's see how this looks right now. I only figured out the vertical movement, I think. Let's have a good testing level. Testing level. Jump test. What's the VS Code theme? It is one dark. Okay, here's our player. Here's the level. And here is the jump button. Doesn't look very good so far, right? It's going to be better though. Let's increase the gravity. The jump to 2. Maybe it should be more, maybe it should be 10. I don't see the vertical movement. Oh, now I see it. But now the gravity is a little too much. Maybe we should, you know what? Maybe we should, instead of... I think we should not have the jump gravity. We should figure it out the other way. I think we need to solve this equation. Here's our starting position, here's our finishing position, here's our jump height. Right? And here is the maximum point. I feel like the thing to do here is to figure out the maximum point and figure out what the gravity and the starting velocity is based on that. Right? What is the maximum point of a thing like this? there needs to be some math needs to happen for us to figure it out. So maybe we'll do the math later. Instead, let's improve and have the horizontal movement too. Okay. All right. Let's see. Horizontal movement is a jump direction rotated by 90 degrees. The dot product of this to cell minus from cell. So we do we move horizontally? Linearly? No, we don't. So the horizontal timing, let's figure this thing out. Horizontal timing, we're going to start moving horizontally at some point, I think, is the idea. This is our current height. I think it should be if so like horizontal timing is if current height is more than the jump height, then we figure it out. Otherwise it should be 0, but that's eventually. For now, we do horizontal timing is going to be equal to the timing. That's going to make us move horizontally linearly. And then we also want the angle, right? Let's just do the angle too. This point, why not? Angle is lerp. Using the horizontal timing, I think. Let's see. Let's see how bad this is going to look like right now. Or is it going to be better than the straight linear lerping that we had before? Because I do move a little up and down with a vertical acceleration now. You see this? It's not really like... I mean, you see this, Davey? It's kind of cool, I think. But there is a little bit of a problem with the math. So we can like try and figure out the constant of the gravity, or we can make sure that the highest point of the jump is like half a block from the point that we're jumping to, you know? Like, actually do the math properly. I was also trying to make the horizontal movement start only like after a little, like after the first block instead. Let's do jump, horizontal, start. Let's just do without math. Let's just try and guess the point where we need to start moving horizontally and rotating. Then it's going to be even better, I think. Maybe it should be 0.5, like, I don't know. So those are the two things that I am guessing right now, but we can do proper math for this. Hmm? Mhm. What did I call it right now? Jump horizontal start. Yeah, thank you, Mickey. So horizontal T. I guess we just do this. T minus jump horizontal start divided by 1 minus jump horizontal start, and then this we do maximum of this and 0. This should be it. So we're going to basically move a little bit straight vertically and then at some point start doing the horizontal movement. Although, because I don't have any acceleration on the x-axis, it shouldn't be like, it should be like a smooth step for this horizontal time. Okay, I mean, this is funny. It's like it's climbing. Look at this. I mean, kind of, it makes sense, right? That's almost like we want it to look like, right? Like, eventually, no? I don't hate it. I actually might like this. Can you play some jump levels? Okay. Which one is the jump level? The original ones? Like, we just go through all the levels? I guess this one is not the jump level. Like, it also becomes more obvious what is the trajectory of the player, you know? Because it's a little, like, blocky movement. I think this looks good. Not very natural though. That's true, but do we need it to be natural? Maybe something in between? Yeah, I mean, yeah. We can do a little bit in between. We can just go over here and change the horizontal start to 0 0.2, 0 0.25 something. Maybe. We can try tweaking these constants now. Like this. I think this is like nice. This looks really nice. Actually better than the original one. Yeah, I told you, like, we should, like, the original one was also bad. Okay, nice. Better jump trajectory. I guess I don't even need to do the proper math, right? We just need it to look good. We don't need the math to be, like, correct, right? Okay. Realistic is not always good. I mean, it's close to realistic, basically. Which is good. I think if I do proper math, it's not going to look much different. So there is no reason for me to try and do the math, maybe. Actually, we might revisit this later. If we make the jump like 3 blocks, 4 blocks, like if we make another jump ability where you jump back to the height that you fell from, you know? Like someone suggested somewhere. I don't remember. Then it needs to be tweaked. Then I think the way I want to do it, when we like fix the maximum height of the jump by half a block from the jump height, is the proper way. Okay, what next, Davey? Tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. Let's take a look at the list of issues. What is number 142? Optimize is blocked. Right now the game is a little laggy in the debug build. It's just optimization. If the game is working smooth for you, then we probably shouldn't do it. I'm running the game usually here without optimizations on, and it's a little laggy at some places. But that's probably not the priority because it's working okay when I do the release build. There's a bunch of optimizations that we can do, so that one is just super obvious. Slide is 143 done. A tile, same as inner level tile, but does not show the preview for moving between worlds. I think I think it's called the next level, right? Do we even need it now for the new stuff that you're doing? Anyway, you can do over here. The next level and the inner level are different things. So that for the next level, if we do here, also selection, world 2 or something, right? So for this one, we have the preview. For this one, we only see the stuff. For this one, we see the preview. For this one, we don't. That's what we wanted, right? And then you can rotate this. You can rotate this thing any way you want. If you make it an arrow, or you can make it different. Maybe you should update your link in the Twitch description if you migrated to GitLab. In the Twitch description. I don't think I have it in the description. Do I? The GitHub has the gem version. I'm using GitHub for the public repositories. This one is not public. I guess I can, since we can do cloning of the GitHub Movieman linksider. This one. He was just confused. Maybe I just added to the README that like we're continuing to work on the game. The original game was also made not in a custom engine. We made it in Bevy originally for the Bevy gem. It's like a different code too. We have rewritten the game from scratch basically. We used Bevy before. But we can open this and go to the README and say something that we are working on the game. We're continuing to work on the game. The game is now being continued in a private repository. Follow on each for updates. I guess this is the thing that we can say here. Maybe it's good. The thing is just an archive of the old version. Yeah. Should I just archive the repository then? I mean, I want eventually to open source it, but after we sell it. You know? Note about private repo. Private repository. Sure. There you go. No data for rendering with magnet power up, huh? Why am I watching my own stream? Let's take a look here. Did Davey find an issue for me to work on today? I'm not going to stream much longer, by the way. I have something I need to do later. I'm gonna do 112 locked levels. I want to figure out how it works and how do you like. I want to figure out how it works first before I start working on it, you know? So we want certain levels to be locked. But how? We want to unlock them using some sort of a star or some other thing, like in Baba Is You or other games, right? So it should just what? I mean, also in Baba Is You, I think you unlock the neighboring levels. Is that it? Do we want to unlock the neighboring levels or just maybe open certain doors? Like, how should it work? You know? Also, in order to lock the level, we need to be able to save the progress. Which levels have been solved, which levels have not been solved yet, right? Right now we don't have any. So basically, the list of things to do here is create a new entity, a door that opens when looks like a game you'd like to play on the Steam Deck. We are the game already works on Android, on the web, and on the PC, on all the platforms. I need to do gamepad support, but I need for that to figure out how to connect my gamepad to this Linux machine, because I only ever used my gamepad on Windows. Can Steam Deck not... Does Steam Deck not have a browser? Can you not play games in the browser on the Steam Deck? I have no idea. I don't have one. But yeah, we are going to put the game on Steam, so you're going to be able to play it on Steam Deck, I guess, that way. New entity, the door that opens when you collect certain number of stars, or what? Like every collected level is a star, or like we don't have the star system, right? Just finished levels, I think. It runs Arch, by the way, with like OSS and shoes. Well, you know, I was running Arch before, by the way, but now we're using NixOS, by the way. It's like better. It's the new Arch, by the way. Basically. It's more trendy recently than the Arch. Heard good things about Nix. You want me to tell me the bad? You want me to tell you the bad thing about Nix? I think I would suggest most people use Arch, actually, not Nix, because it's annoying to deal with Nix when you need to do something. But at the same time, it like Nix actually never breaks, unlike Arch. Because the thing never breaks. It's if it never if like. I mean, you can never update your Arch, and you can never update your Nix. I guess it's both true. Hmm. But for me, the biggest problem of Nix is the language. It's a dynamically typed language, which makes it really hard to debug. The error messages are very bad. Finding stuff is bad because you need to read the sources to understand what's happening. And it's a lazy functional language. On top of that, it's a lazy functional dynamically typed language. Makes it very weird. We don't need that kind of door, actually. Why not? What do we need then? You wanted to just open a certain direction, right? What do we do instead then? How do you unlock the levels? You don't have to have stars, at least not for the demo. We can just do unlocking all connected path and levels when a level is clear. But I think this is the easiest way of doing it, though. I think it's just easier to do it based on the number of stars. We don't need to have stars in the demo. We can just literally count the number of finished levels, right? But still, like we can do 1 star per level, and then eventually maybe we add some additional stars that you can collect. But I think this is the easiest way of doing this too. But I want the progress to be more linear. They'll be using paths level to block layer. What does that mean? What does that mean? Let's see. So we have let's say we have a group of levels over here, right? And we have a group of levels over here, and they are connected by this door, which says that from this group you want to, like, there are 10 levels here, right? And you need 5 levels to do to the next group, right? And then over here, maybe you want 5 from these 10 to continue, right? Like extra 5. So this should say 10. And we should, like, you don't want to, you don't want these 10, like if you finish this but none of these, for this door, you don't want this door to open. But I don't think that's much of a problem though, is it? If I just do something like that. Isn't it exactly how it's working in Baba Is You? You just didn't with a Stark system? Yeah, like these things, see? And they are being unlocked when you do certain things. Why do we not need a star system? Every game has a star system. No? Every puzzle game has a star system. No? I mean, it's not stars, it's like flowers, whatever it is. Here. You can make it something else. What's the purpose though? Look at the crab system. We collect the crabs. Yeah. What's the purpose of what? The purpose is like the reason for this is so that you don't need to finish every single level, right? We don't want the game to be super linear, right? Like we don't want it to be just a list of levels like this, right? If some level is hard, we don't need to require finishing a certain level, which is why. Yeah, and like and also different paths. So like you go here, you go there. You solve you solve a couple levels with this mechanic. You solve a couple of levels of this mechanic. Like if after you solve a certain amount of levels, you can continue and you unlock a new mechanic that you can try out. So in Baba Is You, the inner layer is where you unlock. So over here is level 1, and then level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. So when you finish the level 1, it unlocks the neighboring levels, I think is how it works, right? But I don't know. Maybe we can just make it so that I don't know. I don't like it too much. I don't like it too much, the fact that like it unlocks the neighboring things. Doesn't make much sense, but I want the game to be sort of linear at first though. In our game, most levels are very important for learning mechanics. Well, in the beginning, you can make the world look something like this. Here's the first level. Here's a door that requires 1 star. And then here's another level, and here's a door that requires the 2 stars, right? Like those first couple of important levels which teach you about the star doors and the other things. And then eventually it becomes more and more free for the player to choose which levels they want or they don't want to play. So in the beginning it's linear, but after like completing a couple levels, it should stop being linear, I think. Yeah, but if you collect 3 stars from the first level, you can just skip some levels. Okay, right now I'm saying that star is the number of finished levels. I'm not saying that we have the first level that can be completed for 1 or for 3 stars. This always gives you 1 star right now. But if you want to add like an actual star system later, so that like a certain level can be completed better, whatever that means, we can add it on top. We can make a door that requires both a number of stars and the number of completed levels, which are different things, different currencies, you know? Also, I think maybe sometimes, maybe it can be literally just like money, you know? So that, you know, let's say that in our worldview, we are doing levels here, and then there are two ways that you can go. You can go up and you can go down, right? But you can only open one of these doors instead of both of these doors at the same time. So you need to spend your coins to open a door. That's another possibility too. But why stars though? I'm just saying stars. This can be anything. What do you mean? Like, okay. Do you like the coins more? You get a coin for a level. For some levels, you can get more than one coin, maybe. If there is some secret in there. If you unlock the connected path and levels... If you unlock the connected path and levels, you can make it non-linear too. Yeah. Yeah, let's do a poll. What do people think? We have some people here. Stars? So do you mean not every level is gonna have 3 stars? I don't know, maybe. This 3-star system, when every level has 3 stars, is good because... Skipping some levels can work in both ways, right? Like, both with the stars and with the unlocking neighbors. It's a matter of like how our world view is going to look, like how it's going to be designed, right? You just don't need. We need this 3-star system. Yeah, I don't think we need the 3-star system because I don't know. Like at least like judging by the levels that we currently have, the 3-star system doesn't really make sense. I think it should be just like you get a star or a coin or something for finishing a level, and then you can use those things to unlock the doors. Unlock the doors by level count. Just make it more obvious by giving it the number of completed levels. Like, because the number of levels that you have completed is a very long sentence, you know? So saying a star or a coin is much easier, right? Just get a coin for finishing a level. And I think it's easier to implement than unlocking neighboring ones. Maybe? I guess maybe not really. No, okay, let's call them coins, not stars then. Actually, it doesn't really matter because I'm going to need to figure out the levels that I have completed. Those things should be saved in a save file. Right now we don't have a save file at all. We can call them star. Try to think about what you're going to draw. Maybe it's not, maybe it shouldn't be a star. Maybe it should be something else. Crab? No, I don't think it should be a crab. Maybe, but unless it's a coin, we can make it a coin with a crab like image on it, you know? Just draw a circle with a crab, and that's our coin, right? I didn't see Boat play original linksider unless Boats played it on his own. Okay, the level. Okay, let's see. Play finished. Finish. Okay, here's where we see if we have finished the level, and over here I just need to save the thing. I can make the public. I can make the build public without opening the source code, Davey, so that people can. I don't know. There is no reason for to try it out right now, I think. Anyway. Okay, let's see. Self. I don't know. Where do I even do this? Do this context. Save. Let's see. Okay, okay, over here. Save is ref cell. Save. Going to mutate it. Actually, I'm just going to do this. Let's have a module that's called save. You write Rust too, Davey? Davey should be writing Rust. Like originally, here's how this game started, right? We were going to do the Bevy gem, and I told who wants to try out the Bevy engine with me, because I tried the engine that's not my own for the first time for this gem, and then Davey said, "Yeah, I can learn some Rust," and then he ended up doing zero code. I program in C#. Davey programs in C# because Davey does Unity, I think, right? I programmed in C# before too. I was using the not the Unity though. I was using the Mono framework. Oh no! I think I used something like OpenTK. OpenTK, is this the thing? OpenTK.net, Open Toolkit. This one for .NET Yeah. Yeah, it's just low level OpenGL stuff, so it's basically no engine. That's what I used on C#. Rust is super easy, you should try it. Yeah. See how easy we are creating this game, Davey? Could you, like, can you imagine how hard it would be to make this game in Unity? So here's how it's going to work. We're going to keep it ref counted, so that we can modify this. We're going to create a guard. Which is going to have a ref mute inside a self cell. We're going to implement the ref for guard. The target is going to be the save cell. Self inner. And we're going to implement the ref mute. You forgot to vote. Everyone forgot to vote. You were the only voter. Both. Ref mute. Hard. Okay. Here is the thing. This is the guard mute. And then there's going to be, similarly to this, the regular guard, which has a regular ref. Right? Okay, here's the API that we're going to have. We're going to create a new save, and then we're going to say have modify. Actually, do I even need a guard? I don't think I even need a guard, you know? I think I just need the modify API. Self and have impl fn once using mutable save cell, like this. Self cell. Or mute app. Mute. Like this. Very simple. And then we can implement the ref. No, we don't implement the ref. We implement get self. It's going to return a ref save cell. Maybe we don't do the get. Maybe we do inspect API instead, so that we don't have the panics even potentially. Just like this. Okay, and then inside the save, we just are going to have the completed levels, which is going to be a hash set of level location, right? Which is a group and level. This is the thing that we have completed. Completed levels by default is none. And then after we do the modification, we're going to actually save it. Also, we're going to need to load. Instead of doing new, we need the load and we need the save here. So load is going to be saved somewhere, right? Which means that we're going to be able to deserialize this thing. Which means that the location should be also serializable. When we load, we don't actually do this one. We do... Is it preferences, maybe? Preferences load. Linksider. Save. Unwrap. Or else this thing. So if the save is there, I'm going to use the... So basically we're going to use the local storage on the web, or... I don't remember what I'm using on the native builds. The preference directory, this thing. Home config project path on Linux. On Windows it's going to be roaming data config. I don't know, it's not necessarily config, but I think that's good. So here's how we load it, and if the save is not present, then we do the no levels, and then when we modify our save, we do the saving. Save key. Like this. So now we just, all we need to do is to modify the save when we're completing a level, right? Save is save load. Okay. And then when I'm completing the level, we should probably mark those completed levels as something then, right? Mark them as completed. If self state self context save inspect save completed levels contains location. If so if the level was not completed before, then we need to basically insert it there. Modify insert location zone. Okay, inspect API should be T so that this function can return this, that. Can probably do the same for the modification actually. Because why not? That's pretty simple. So now we know the number of completed levels because we have a list of the levels that have been completed. Let's just make sure that we mark the completed levels somehow. I'm not sure how we're going to mark them. Do you have any ideas, Davey? In the level selection screen, right? Is what I'm talking about. Like we will make them grayed out or something? Was the question. How do we mark the levels that we have completed? We don't want multiple stars. One level is 1 star. So wait, if level is a star, then we just like you just sprite of the level tile, I guess. Yeah, maybe we just change the tile there. Actually, you're right. Okay, so over here we say that if it's an inner level, and the thing that we're drawing is if self save. Inner level completed. I don't know, something like this, maybe. This is a renderer. We don't have a reference to the save here. Fine, I mean, it's reference counted for a reason, so that I can have it. Okay. So we do self-save, inspect. Completed levels contains. So if the level has been completed. I don't have it's not the location. Okay, fine. Location. Okay, fine, we clone it. I should refactor this, but whatever. It's not a problem, we just clone things. Okay, and then inside the thing, tiles. Where is our level? I don't know. We have a different on the selection, the different tile set right now. You're going to delete the custom tile set though, right? Let's do it over here, maybe. Let's do like a golden one. There you go, perfect. Hold on. We need to draw a picture of a crab, actually. That's what we need. Here's our coin. And inside, the crab is going to be like this color. Hold on. Oh, it's going to be orange. This is the color of the crab, right? How do you change the brush size quicker in Astrite? I have no idea. Drawing a crab in low resolution is hard. Anyway, good enough. Good enough. Then we go here. And we say inner level completed is this one. Just use the player color. But the crab is orange. Have you never seen a crab? What do you mean? The player color. Have you seen a crab before? Have you not seen a crab before? We should make a side effects that the that is a crab's hand for law. I think that's a good idea. That's what we should have. Okay, here we go. Here's the level selection screen. Right now, this level is not completed. And then we go into this level. And then we complete this level. And now it's a crab. There you go. And it should be saved also. So if I go here again. And if I go back into this thing. Then it still is completed. Because it's a save that is persistent, right? So since I'm on Linux, it is on home config linksider save. This is the thing that we have completed levels, stage 1 basic move. All right. Saving list of completed levels. Okay, and then the remaining part is creating a door, right? And also unlocking the neighboring cells if you want to unlock the neighboring cells. We'll do doors. We don't need unlocking connection once, I think. That's what I was talking about, alright. So we don't do both then. Now you agree with me, right? You were just confused because you thought I was talking about the 3 stars for level. Okay. Then we just do doors. Okay, we need the door tool, and basically when you click it with a door entity on the level editor, let's just do this thing. Editor. Let's see, first of all, we're going to have the door itself here, right? The door. The door is just like another, just like an entity, right? I just copy the box for now, maybe. Door. For this thing. Just to test it. So the door. And then we need to be able to disappear thing, right? And also, let's start with the level editor. The level editor. So when we're using tool, the door is going to be like a little different. I'm just going to hard code the door name here. I think I'm going to hard code the name of the door here. So the entity, we have index. Index is only there for the players. And then so like this extra data for a door. Stars needed. Do we call it stars or coins? What is it going to be? I have no idea. Star, okay. So if name is door, then hold on. I think we just do stars needed. I need to do like stars needed is if that tool type entity name is self tool type name is door. Pop up. So we do pop up prompt. Number of stars to unlock the door. The default value is going to be none. So we wait for you to do this here, and if I guess we're going to match here. If you set cancel, then we're going to return. We're not going to add anything. And if you said something, then stars is stars bars. So if you need to do something correct there, and we say stars needed is some stars. Okay, there you go. And then we have the stars needed here. So in the entity, we need to add stars needed. Optional count. There you go. Now you should be able to set up a door, but it's not going to work yet. So over here we have the stars needed. And the stars needed is going to be here. Stars needed. No. So one of these entities is inside the level format. One of them is inside the game state. Okay, let's see if this works. I should also draw as a text the number that is required. And the current number that you have also. Or like we need to figure out how to visualize this. Maybe we on the door say that you have this slash this is how much you need if the door is locked. Instead of showing the current number of levels that you have collected all the time. But at the same time, I'm not sure. It depends on the number of doors on the screen. Okay, here's the stuff. We're going to have the door. Here's the door. Number of stars to unlock the door is going to be 1, right? So here's the door, and the door is right now blocking my path because I have, like, even although I have completed this level, the door is still blocked. And we just need to implement the unlocking of the door, and then work on the visuals, right? So unlock the door should just have a different sprite, right? And then also, I guess, we're going to change the properties to be nothing. Maybe just set block to false, I don't know. Here's the problem. How does it work with like undo and redo? Because our selection level is the level where we can undo and redo. We should disable undoing and redoing, right? On the level selection screen. Because it doesn't make sense. Okay, so I'm just not going to worry about the fact that some things can break. Can I modify the level directly here, I'm wondering? History player. But what if you want to have a door that's unlockable on a specific level? You had to activate your Red Hat Enterprise Linux. That's not what I'm using. I'm using Nix, by the way. Oh, it's not not the command. I think that in our logic system, when we're doing the move, we have the moves, right? Right now we are sending the input of the player. Potentially we can have we can control multiple entities with different inputs right now. And I guess we also want to know the number of stars right now. So this is the star system, stars. There you go. It's just literally going to be here. Stars. So I think we do this. For entity in self entities, if entity stars needed, if the entity needs a stars, right, then if stars are at least the needed amount, then we unblock the entity, basically, I think. And let's make sure that we can block it again. Maybe this should actually not be there. What are those crabs at the bottom of the stream? What do different avatars mean? Well, there are different avatars for some people that we know. And the crabs, they're just there for fun. It's just an overlay. When you say something like hello, your crab is saying hello there. It's like the stream avatars you have. You can see something like this on other streamers. And then you can also fart, and you can also double fart. You jump if you want. But yeah, not much, not much. It's just a part of my Twitch bot. Too many arguments. I'll allow Sleepy. Too many arguments. That's how we deal with too many arguments of a function, right? We just suppress the warning. This should be good enough. So now we just need to pass the number of stars here. Stars. Stars. So the number of stars that we have is going to be self save inspect save completed levels length, right? So that's literally the number of stars that we have, the number of completed levels. They just have over here a stars method. Stars self inspect completed levels length, like this. Do 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 do. Can you please tell me what I need to learn in order to write multiplayer for games like GTA? You need to learn how to connect to other computers and send messages in between. Do you know how to do that? I guess the thing to start with is writing a chat application where you can send messages and just read them. And then there's also different architectures that you can do, but usually I think you want some server, some dedicated server that's going to handle everything. So you send them the messages to the server, and then server sends the messages to the all the connected clients, right? So the beginner task is make a chat server that you can connect to and chat with other people who have connected to the server. If you know how to do that, then there are like next steps, I guess. If you wanted to multiplayer with groups, you could also use something like Steam's dedicated peer-to-peer support. Yeah, peer-to-peer is another option where you don't have the dedicated server, but then you need to look like do you want to be preventing cheating and stuff? Not sure how it works with the peer-to-peer. Only works for smaller groups. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because if you do a peer-to-peer, it means that you need to send the message to all the clients instead of just to the server, right? Okay, we have the star system. I think the only missing part is me rendering an open door. Me rendering an open door. Level selection. This tile set. Door open. Opened. I mean unlocked. It doesn't matter. Davey is going to figure out the actual tiles. The actual sprites. So what I needed to do is to just when I'm doing the rendering, yep, I'm doing the rendering. So over here, we're doing the inner levels, and when we're iterating over the entities, I'm drawing an entity. Over here we do if let some needed stars is entity stars needed, entity stars needed. Map or false. Self save stars are equal than needed, and we do. I cannot do the format here. It's feasible for MMO style games like GTA Online, but works something mission based like Payday. Yeah, I mean, if you do Counter-Strike, I think they do. Like, if you send something directly to another player instead of waiting for your message to reach the server and then from the server to reach the other client, it's going to require less time, right? And it's going to be a better experience for you. Like, same as UDP versus TCP kind of thing, maybe. I don't know. I've been doing multiplayer games for game jams, but it's not like I did something big. You can protect it against the cheaters. Yeah, exactly. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Can you not send your data to like? Can you make a mix of a peer-to-peer and a server authoritative architecture? So we're going to have a lifetime issue of this temporary. Is the problem? Um. I'm just not going to care. I'm just going to do this. Because why not? Just clone all the things. I think we have basically done the entire thing. All is done. Then maybe later we'll do an animation of the door opening somehow. Need to figure it out. But at the same time, the door is going to be opened. So this door is opened, right? I can go through it. If I reset my save, though, right? If I remove my save, basically, and we start from scratch, then we have not completed any levels, and this is going to be a locked door. So we cannot go through. This is a locked door, and then we go into this level, and then we complete this level, and then this door is unlocked, and we can go through. Okay, easy. Easy. The only thing is that you don't know how many stars are needed. You can put it there when you are working in the editor, but I'd never show the number. Let's just show the number. Let's just show the number. Just do text here. Why not? We just do stars out of needed. It's raining. I want to get some fresh fish. Need to go out before they close the shop. All right. Thanks for hanging out on the stream. See you next time. I'm going to end the stream soon anyway. I think I'm going to be done here with this thing, and then I'm going to end the stream. I have some other stuff that I need to do today. Let's just remove the save again and make sure that it's going to say 0 out of 1. There you go. 0 out of 1. I mean, this outline is too big. But yeah, it did say 0 out of 1. Can you put it on top of the door too? I mean, it is on top of the door. Or you mean like above? Okay. This is not above. I need to do this again. can change it later, I guess. Yeah, we can change it later. I'm not putting this into the config though because I'm lazy right now. Now you remember where the code is? It's just line 900 in the renderer mod rs. Probably put it in the config though so that you don't need to modify the code. But I'm too lazy for that. There you go. Is this good? Is this good? I think I like, honestly, I think I like it more when it is just on top. Just in the center. If this is a door, it's in the center of the door. Because this is another tile here. I guess it depends on how you make your level. Closer. Closer. 0.8. Okay, fine. Let's do the config. Self config. Stars. Why? There you go. Stars Y. Stars scale. Stars color. Outline color. Outline size. Okay, there you go. Now it's going to be easy. You don't need the code anymore. Stars Y08 color this, I guess, like usually. Maybe, I don't know. Outline color. Outline size. I'm not sure. Scale. I think that's it. And now you will be able to configure this. There you go, 0 out of 1. When the door is unlocked, I don't show this anymore. Okay, finishing the levels for stars and unlocking doors. Pose 112. Easy. All right. So I'm going to commit this. And I need to raid someone quickly because before my PC starts compiling and lagging. All right. Who is doing what? Any new Rust streamers that I don't know about? Not really. Man, I'm gonna raid KKs. Okay. See you guys next time. Bye.